cards have text. If the characters don't abide by the text on the cards, they are cheating. However, if the card text is too small for me to decipher, or they play a card without showing me the text, or the text is too big, then I'll use the real-life card text. Number 4, if they activate a spell card as a quick play card, and the card is actually a quick play, I won't give them a point. Number 5, I won't give them a point every time they place a monster in face-up defense position, because that's just
Oh, lá seguidores do YouTube, aqui que fala para Canário, estamos aqui para mais uma live onde nós iremos jogar.
They have to follow that rule. Oh, and by the way, if I skip a duel, then that means that, in my opinion, no one cheated in that duel. With all of that out of the way, we can begin. The first duel is Yugi versus Kaiba. First, I want to address the summoning of his Blue Eyes. Despite what the meme has you believe, Kaiba summons his Blue Eyes legitimately. During the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh, there are no tribute mechanics. You can normally summon any monster regardless of when he draws one, he summons it. This takes some time. Give Kaiba 2 points. This Swords of Revealed Light. Then in his turn, he summons a monster and attacks, which he can do. And then on his next turn, he summons another monster and attacks again. Next duel will be Yugi versus.
Estás a gozar? Eu literalmente tinha os pássaros mortos ali.
Number 1, you're not allowed to attack directly. No one ever breaks this rule, but I wanted to explain it just in case you ever wonder, hey, how come they never attack directly during Season 1? This is why. Number 2, there are a bunch of dueling systems scattered across the island. Each of these machines gives what they call a field bonus to specific monsters. If your monsters applied for the field bonus, they gain 30% more attack and become unaffected by your opponent's spell cards. Rule number 3, if a monster has wings, it can fly, and if a monster that can fly battles a monster that cannot fly, the monster that cannot fly loses its field bonus. So, Yugi versus Weevil. Here, I'm gonna give 3 points to Yugi because, number 1, he uses Mirror Force to reduce Weevil's life points. Number 2, Yugi draws a card in Weevil's turn. And number 3, during Weevil's turn, Yugi activates Polymerization as if it was a quick play card. Next duel is Joey versus My Valentine, and Joey gets 1 point here because he uses Time Wizard wrong. See, the text of Time Wizard is too small, I can't figure out what it says, so I have to use the real card. And the real Time Wizard card doesn't make your opponent's monsters lose attack points, nor does he special summon Battling Dragon. Also, as a side note, Joey here is attacking all of Harpy's latest monsters at once, but in the real game there's a card called Harpy Lady Sisters, so I'm gonna pretend this is what Joey is attacking.
Filha da puta!
Next duel is Yugi versus Mako, and here Yugi gets 6 points. Yeah, I know. So, in his turn, Yugi summons Giant Soldier of Stone in defense mode. Then, it's Mako's turn. Mako summons a monster and attacks, but then, still on Mako's turn, Yugi changes his Soldier of Stone to attack mode. That's point number 1. Point number 2, Yugi uses his non-effect monster to destroy a spell card out of the field. Number 3, the spell Yugi destroyed doesn't do what he says it does. And all of this happens in Mako's turn, by the way. But we're not done, so point number 4, it's now Yugi's turn. And Yugi summons Curse of Dragon. And then he activates Burning Land to make Curse of Dragon stronger. But that's not what Burning Land does. Number 5, Curse of Dragon attacks...
Se calhar aparecem, não sei.
But this is a non-effect monster. It can't do that. And number 6, even if Curse of Dragon attacked all of Mako's monsters at once, that still wouldn't be enough damage for Mako to lose that turn. Next is Yugi versus Kaiba's Ghost, and here I'm gonna give 4 points to Yugi and 1 to Kaiba. First of all, Yugi activates a trap called Spellbinding Circle, and uses it to reduce Blue Eyes attack instead of points. But that's not what Spellbinding Circle does. This is going to come up a lot, by the way. Get hype. Second, Yugi uses Monster Reborn to summon a Blue Eye, and uses Mystical Elf to increase Blue Eyes attack, but Mystical Elf doesn't have an effect. Third, Yugi uses Magical Hats. Now, here's the thing. Magical Hats have a very vague effect again, so I will use the real card of it. So you get a point here because Magical Hats should only lastly, Next duel is Joy versus Rex Raptor, and here Joy gets 5 points. Number 1, so Rex Raptor has a Joey's turn, Joey summons Axray, and his Axray applies with a field bonus, Axray gains 30% attack. And so, Joey attacks two-headed King Rex and destroys it. But here's the thing, two-headed King Rex has wings. The moment Joey attacks, Axray should have lost its field bonus and be destroyed. Number 2, Joey plays Time Wizard with Spell and Trap Zone, and then he sets a monster in defense position. He summons two monsters in return. Number 3, Joey has on the field both Swamp and Lava Battle Guard. Each of these monsters gains 500 attack if the other one is on the field. Rex has a monster called Serpent Knight Dragon. Even with the extra 500 attack, Serpent Knight Dragon is still stronger, so Rex attacks. But because both battle guards apply to the field bonus, they get an additional 30% extra attack, and so Serpent Knight is destroyed. Once again, Serpent Knight has wings, so the field bonus should be negated. Number 4, Rex summons Red Eyes and attacks one of Joey's battle guards. The only reason why Joey doesn't execute is because the battle guard has that field bonus giving him 30% more attack. But again, Red Eyes has wings. The field bonus should have been negated and Joey should have lost because he didn't have that much time. And point number 5, Joey Red Eyes. Rex uses 5.
Eu fui de 7 ao mesmo tempo para nenhum. Só um. Foda-se.
But it doesn't reduce their life points. Next duel is Yugi versus Panic, and here Yugi gets 6 points. Number 1, Yugi uses his monster to attack the darkness on the field. But the darkness comes from a monster's effect. You can attack the field. If you attack, you have to attack one of the opponent's monsters. Number 2, Yugi says that Spellbinding Circle forces Panic's monsters to attack the reaper of the cards.
E à noite.
That's not what Spellbinding Circle does. Number 3, Yugi uses Swords of Revealing Light to clear the darkness on the field, but Swords of Revealing Light doesn't do this. Number 4, Panic's monsters apply for the field bonus, so they shouldn't be affected by Swords of Revealing Light. Number 5, Yugi uses the effect of Catapult Turtle, and then he says that this makes his champion knight gain 600 attack points, but Catapult Turtle doesn't increase your monster's attack. And number 6, Catapult Turtle's effect reduces your opponent's life points, but Yugi instead uses it to destroy one of Panic's monsters. Next is Yugi and Joey versus the Paradox Brothers, and here only Yugi gets points, and he gets 7 points, because number 1, in his turn, Yugi summons Celtic Guardian, and then it's Para's turn. Para attacks Celtic Guardian with Wall Shadow, so Joey activates a trap card and changes Para's Wall Shadow to defense position. But then, for no reason, Yugi attacks Para's monsters during Para's turn. Number 2, yet again, Yugi uses Spellbinding Circle wrong. Spellbinding Circle doesn't reduce attack points. Number 3, Joey's turn, Yugi activates Polymerization as if it was a quick play card. Number 4, Yugi uses Nerf Force wrong. Nerf Force doesn't reduce your opponent's life points. Number 5,
Eles não aparecem à noite. Ou aparecem.
again, the anime effect of Magical Hands is too big. Well, it's a real card effect, and that means Yugi's cheating. In fact, only lasts 2 months. Number 6, Yugi activates his big box. Just like Magical Hands, the anime effect of the big box is too big. The real card effect, and that means Yugi cheating because the big box doesn't do what Yugi says it does. Point number 7, Yugi activates Monster Replay, also known as Shift in the real game, but also a card with a really big effect, probably just a real card. That means Yugi's using it wrong. Next duel is Yugi versus Kaiba, and here Kaiba gets 2 points while Yugi gets 3. Let's go to Kaiba's plays first. Number 1, Kaiba summons Sword Talker, and says this monster has an ability that makes him stronger. But Sword Talker is a vanilla monster with an effect. Number 2, Kaiba basically threatens with killing himself if Yugi doesn't let him win. We can all agree this is cheating. Now, for Yugi, number 1, Yugi activates Monster Replace. It's a real card effect too, so that means Yugi is cheating. destroyed my trap card, but Catapult Turtle doesn't destroy trap cards. Number two, Yugi summons physical help and says she's unaffected by my trap cards because she's a woman. No. Next duel is Joey versus Bandit Keith, and Giveaway gets 5 points. Number one, Joey summons Baby Dragon and Time Wizard in one turn. Number two, Joey uses Time Wizard, but once again, I'm judging its effect by the real card. Time Wizard doesn't summon Thousand Year Dragon. Number three, Joey plays his copy card, which is a monster.
Mas o que é que eu estou aqui a fazer no caraças? Porra! É desse sistema também.
There's my girl. Easy now. Christ.
Merda, foda-se. Pássaro.
Number two, Joey uses the effect of Time Wizard to summon Thousand Dragons, but once again, Time Wizard doesn't do this. Next is Yugi versus Arcana, and here Yugi gets 6 points. Number one, Yugi activates Magical Hats. Again, I see the real card here, so Magical Hats can only be activated during your battles. Also, it's a trap card, and Yugi activates it as a quick play spell. Number two, Yugi activates the spell as a quick play card. Number three, Yugi activates Monster Hero as a quick play card. Number four, Yugi's Dark Magician is not only effective one of Yugi's trap card, but because Yugi's about to lose, the hologram decides to use all the effects of the trap card and defends you. Number five, Yugi
É que o boneco já está cheio de barba, bro. What the fuck? E o jeito de explodir lá, cara. É, aparentemente este pássaro aparece mais na Evening, só. E. Ah, quanto? 25, ok, vou. Ok, encontrei bastantes. E,
Number 3, Yugi tributes one fusion monster as if it was two tributes. And number 4, Yugi activates his magical dimension to special summon the Archmagician. The card before simply has Dark Magician in your hand. Yugi summons them from my deck. And that's it. That's Battle City. Now we skip all the way to Season 5, the Dawn of the Yugi. But here's the thing. The last part of the Yugi story focuses on the memories of the battle. So most of the story takes place in 18, which means that basically there aren't any duels. There are battles, but the difference is that the characters are using actual magical powers to summon actual magical creatures. In fact, there are only two proper duels in the entire arc. Yugimoto versus Bakura, and then the final duel of the show, Yugi versus the Pharaoh. Now, in my humble opinion, Yugi didn't cheat a single time versus Bakura, so that means there's only one duel left, Yugimoto versus Pharaoh at 10. So for this duel, I'm only gonna focus on Yugimoto, and I'll add his cheats to the final score. In my opinion, Yugi only cheats times. Both times involve using a trap card called Magnet Force. The trap stays on the field for far too long. First, Yugi uses it to reduce the attack of the God cards by bouncing the effect of Slifer, and then he uses the card again to destroy the God cards by bouncing the effect of Slifer again. And that's it. That's every canon rule. Now, let's wrap this up by talking about numbers. Kaiba first. Canonically, Kaiba has 9 duels, and he cheats 10 times. Joy, on the other hand, canonically has 14 rules, and he cheats 22 times. And then we have the man himself. Yugi canonically has a total of 21 rules, and in those 21 rules, he cheats a grand total of 64.
claro que não, imagina. Oh, ainda por cima está a chover e tudo.
So you can find
Se não tivesse a chover um gajo até coisa, mas não estava.
changes anything, but since I missed 3, it is likely I missed more. But at this point I've been working on this video for almost 2 months. I am not gonna rewatch the entire anime again. The purpose of this video was to find out who cheats the most, and even if both Joey and Kaiba had 20 additional points, the answer would not change. Yugi cheats a lot. Anyways, I want to be done with this, so I'm gonna fade to black and end this video now. Thank you for watching. Bye!
Evening.
Recently, my brother saw a video that was timed together with a recent Yu-Gi-Oh movie and Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. When he asked me to explain what NOD was, I found myself giving him a 20-minute lecture on the lore of 5Ds and its connection to the rest of the series. So I decided to make my own video about Yu-Gi-Oh lore. Originally, I was going to do the entire show, including all of the spin-offs, but after finishing writing the script for just Duel Monsters, I decided I didn't want an 8-hour video. Plus, I'm yet to go to Brains and Sevens, so I figured it would be best to do one at a time. So here it is, the entirety of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters lore. Just so you know, I'm running this purely from the anime series and not the manga at all, which is fairly different but just as good. And I'm not including the Prisoner of Light, Bond's Gate, and Dark Seventh Dimension movies because they don't fit in very normally with the rest of the series and are more self-focused. Before we get started, if you like this video, the best way to let me know is by subscribing and liking the video. It helps me out so much with growing my channel. Thanks a lot.
É bom ver como o dinheiro funciona de várias formas, com a XTV.
My channel. Thanks a lot. 10,000 years ago, there was the most advanced society in the world, called Atlantis. One day, these green rocks called the Orichalcos began raining from the sky. These massively skyrocketed the technology in Atlantis that began corrupting the people of Atlantis. The king of the Atlantean, Darts, was so confused by all the chaos going on that he sought out the advice of the Orichalcos, which told him about this beast beneath the earth called the Great Leviathan, and then gave him magical powers. After the Great Leviathan, his daughter Chris and his father Einhard, since he had a sister, legendary soldiers that later there was a massive battle and it was over. Legendary dragon that rose and sealed away. The Great Leviathan was thwarted, and Atlantis sinks below the sea. Darts, now immortal, wanders the world, only being able to slowly gather souls for the Oracles.
Em princípio já está, né? Se eu não morrer para um crocodilo estúpido.
And perform the dark ritual to create the Millennium items, with Bakura being the only surviving member of the village. The curse left by the dead villagers gives Bakura the power of the beast of the earth. The 7 items of the Pharaoh creates in this dark ritual are known as the 7 Millennium items, and they're used to protect Egypt. They also give Egyptians the power to summon monsters with stone tablets. Later, the son of the Pharaoh, Atem, is made the Pharaoh, and he faces off with the band. During this fight, Atem summons the Egyptian gods to help fight with him. Later, one of his servants is slain by Bakura, because the dark process. Bakura then takes a blood ring and seals a section of his own soul and a section of the Dark Lord Zork's soul within the ring, fusing them together. Later, one of Atem's priests, known as
O gajo está-me a contar a lore toda e eu não quero. Eu quero ver o Yu-Gi-Oh! Mesmo, tipo, ver a temporada 4 e 5. Já, não dá para ouvir isto. Já está?
Tchau.
5 fingers in my ass. Ia, boés, porra.
Jonga, cheio de amigas.
É em Boulder Glade, acho eu. Yeah, tá aqui Boulder Glade. Boulder Glazer. Parece o meu colega, tipo, Fónix. O gajo sempre tudo por mim. Bro, então as minhas colegas tinham acabado de fazer a apresentação e vai lá ele. A vossa apresentação foi bem boa. E tipo, Fónix já não precisa ser assim um glazer, pá. Tipo, porra. A apresentação nem foi assim tão excelente, né? Para o gajo fazer isso. Tipo, Fónix foi tipo uma apresentação normal. Fizeram o que deveria ter sido feito. A não ser que falhar nas apresentações é tão comum que o pessoal tipo, acha como se fazer uma apresentação normal fosse uma cena excelente. A mim ninguém me disse nada. A mim Fónix estava 30 minutos a falar e uma apresentação que era suposto ser de grupo e ninguém me diz nada. Pá, fogo. Anda treta. Se essa é a professora que me deu 19. Yeah, let's go. A mim isso é que importa. 19. Yeah, eu acabei de saltar automático. Fui eu, Manuel. Não, os meus colegas podem não gostar do que eu apresentei, mas se a professora gostou, olha, pronto.
Damn it all. Guess they got what was coming to them. Jesus.
Couldn't do it. But your girl.
Mostra, porra, mostra, 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 tchê, i, u.
Come on, girl. One more time.
Ai. Oi, É isto, não é? Ou isto é uma vanilla? Não, não é de 102. Ok. I'm tired of returning. Ave Maria. e, a, o, i, e, a, o, a, e, a, u, a, e, a, i, a. Ali. Come here! Ah, vai-te lixar. Toma! Haha. Bulger Glade aqui. Quantos é que eu tenho? Deixa eu saber. Ah, ok, já tenho, já tenho. É que eu já tive que apanhar uma destas para o desafio de plantas, né? Eu assumo que estas plantas respawnam, mas tipo, como é que eu faria se eu já tivesse feito isto? Ou se calhar há mais do que uma localização, também pode ser. As palagras. Sama, né? Sama. Oh. I want to fast travel to Lagras. Lagras. Yeah, ok. Epic Mickey vai sim sair na PS Plus. Mas uma coisa que eu descobri é que o Epic Mickey 1 não tem vozes, tipo, literalmente. Eu não sei porque é que eles fizeram isso. Quer dizer, sei porquê, porque não tinham guita, mas... Mas tipo, o segundo é muito melhor nesse aspecto. Tem tipo vozes e tudo. Ai, é bro.
Whoa, none of that.
Sei lá, eu prefiro muito mais ter o Mickey com voz do que sem voz. Tipo, what the fuck, o gajo... Oh, cavalo, a sério. Não há aqui animal nenhum, bro. Foda-se. Oh, merda. Até parece que até agora te matei.
You got this, girl. There. I love you, lady.
Sei lá, eu acho que eles podiam ter feito este remake uma oportunidade para realmente trazer voz para o jogo original, né? Que é tipo uma das cenas que o jogo realmente precisava. Tipo, a história provavelmente é boa, mas não vai ser tão boa se não tiver voz. Mas não, como é um remake fiel, entre aspas, né? Que é só uma desculpa de dizerem que é um remake preguiçoso. É um remake em que fizeram o mínimo possível. Não tem voz nenhuma, o que é estúpido para mim, porque tipo, ok, porquê, bro? É assim tão difícil, não tem tanto dinheiro também para comprar atores. Pode Nixon, olha lá. O que é que eles fizeram? Ah, melhorámos os controles, agora o jogo é bem fácil e. Mais o quê? Melhorámos os controles, agora o jogo é bem fácil, os gráficos estão piores, como é óbvio. O que para mim é uma coisa que eu também nunca tipo, coisa. Tipo, porquê, bro? É porque hoje em dia as cenas são asset flips e o pessoal já não se preocupa tanto no Lightning, nas texturas, nos bonecos, na coisa, sei lá. Tipo, eu realmente vejo e parece mais que o original tem uma vibe mais única. Parece uma. O Mickey também era muito mais bonito. Provavelmente as cutscenes desenhadas também vão ser a mesma coisa que o original e não vão mudar.
no teu primeiro depósito.
O bicho assustador do início, pelos vistos, nem é da mesma maneira. O olho já não é tão realista quanto era. Que tipo, bro, come on. O jogo não é tão escuro quanto era, sei lá, coisas e coisas e detalhes. Aí é. Isto tem a carne perfeita assim. Não. Vou-te roubar os ovos. O abo. Parecia ter muito menos, mas pelo visto é 10. Show me. Big black Caucasian man. Never even considered. Maybe. Just maybe. I am racist. But not in the way we right. Talvez, né, digo eu. E, a, o. E, a, o, e, o. A, o, e, ai. Eu juro, o gajo está-me a mandar para cima, baixo, cima, baixo, cima, baixo. Sempre assim.
You know what to do, girl.
Oh, caralho, rules of nature. When your life's on the right side. Oh, cavalo. Não. Ah. O gajo foi para o outro lado da costa, bro. Me and my pussy are gonna have a lot of fun. Essa aí mesmo. Venda cavalo, porra. Bué da fixe. Eu a achar que o cavalo era meu companheiro.
Good girl. Let's go.
This is really quick. Isto é bué rápido de se fazer, Phonics. Tipo, a única parte complicada disto é ir à procura dos animais, mas em princípio, de acordo com o tutorial, eu não vejo mais animal nenhum aqui, por isso. Acho que a partir de agora é só coletáveis que estão estáticos. Tipo, aqui o canal do GTA Series Videos é perfeito nisso. Só que quando alguma coisa envolve o mínimo de RNG, este canal simplesmente caga-se todo. Tipo, não sabe o que fazer. Mostra as localizações erradas. E eu já tinha 10. E esta é a minha 11ª. Mas quando é RNG, o canal simplesmente caga-se tudo. Por falar nisso, eu não entendo porque é que o gajo não poderia ter simplesmente. Esquece. É que se eu realmente utilizasse este canal para encontrar os animais, eu estaria lixado só. Tipo uma coruja, o gajo mete-me a procurar no caraças mais velho. Ah, onde é que a gente pode encontrar um Sparrow? Ah, vai lá àquela aldeia e reza para que esteja lá um avó lá ao pé. Ah, vai para caraças. Ai, Deus.
Been through it, ain't we?
O cavalo não está bem. Não, 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 não está. Em princípio, esta pele que tenho aqui no colhão não afeta muito. Olha de ser otário, pá. E agora vai aparecer um crocodilo trololilo e ele. Não! Ah, ok. 9%.
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. Não, 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 não. Não, não estou. Se eu pudesse, eu dava-te um tiro na cabeça, mas como não dá. E além disso, preciso de ti, cavalo.
Relax.
Relax, 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 relax.
Made us this far, eh?
Sou um guardanapo. Ah, não sou. Isso. Truliquick. Spider Orchid. Hey guys, my name is Banana Frita. Aquilo é uma Spider Rush. Yeah. Anda lá. Oi. Eu não sei qual era a dificuldade de adicionar um computador em tempo real, tipo. A sério. Block Shock 2, não sei porquê. Como é que este comando está quase sem bateria também? Ah, eu estava aqui. What's there left now? It's almost time. Showing you my determination. There's still left for you. Could get back to you. You should prepare to just die. Like our friend who had a really good time. Guys like you are always just fools. Come at me, try to kill me with your fancy tools. Let's go, let the room get chiller. Let's go, killer. Just another killer. Go edit me again, I see your rival. Banana album. Essas que me derrotas fica paciente, mas eu te apanho com a minha determinação. Porque não me deixas ganhar e eu vou. Eu não sei, isto não funciona em português. Os gajos no episódio do Steven Universe, na versão portuguesa, tentaram realmente ter a música dobrada, só que tipo. Não sei, é um pouco. Eu sou feita de amor, 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 yeah. É tipo, funciona, ok, mas tipo, não funciona perfeitamente. Amor, Pelo menos é possível encontrar no YouTube, Phonics, ainda bem. Eu odeio quando eu pesquiso português de Portugal e aparece-me fucking português brasileiro. Estou literalmente à procura de Dragon Ball, super abertura PT e os gajos metem-me a brasileira, bro. Fosgas. Fosgas. Yeah, move, yeah, move, yeah, move, yeah, move, yeah, move, yeah, move.
Not sure that they'll let us. Oh, they should. I own the place.
How can you want to raise children in a city like this?
Well, I was raised here. It turned out okay. Is Wayne Manor in the city limits? You know, as our new DA, you might want to figure out where your jurisdiction ends.
I'm talking about the kind of city that idolizes a masked vigilante.
Gotham City is proud of an ordinary citizen standing up for what's right. Who appointed the Batman? We did. All of us who stood by and let scum take control of our city.
But this is a democracy.
When their enemies were at the gates, the Romans would suspend democracy and appoint one man to protect the city.
Harvey, the last man that they appointed to protect the Republic was named Caesar, and he never gave up his power.
Okay, fine. You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Batman is looking for someone to take up his mantle.
Someone like you, Inspector?
Then I'm up to it. Oh, let's put a couple tables together. I'm not sure that they'll let us. Oh, they should. I own the place.
How could you want to raise children in a city like this?
Oh,
Bro. Ai, desculpa lá, senhor. A Rachel é ganda puta. Digo eu. Batman. Eu prometo que vou ficar contigo. um filme depois, Batman, eu só te vejo como amigo. Bro, vai-te lixar. Ah pá. Cuidado, não.
It's the Contessa. She's insatiable. Insatiable. Thank God, Joanna. Thank God. I've been eating for days. I've gained so much weight. It's the worry, James. It's killing me.
Calm down, Algernon.
This is calm. You should have seen me yesterday. I nearly ate the cat. She says such cruel things.
Well, I got the things for the girl in New York.
That strumpet, I don't care about her. She's trade. She's common. Her father loves money. It's so vulgar. Oh, damn her. It's the aristocracy. It's the old families. It's the last of the old guard. It's the Contessa James. I love her.
Well, love or not, you owe me for these.
Oh, money, dear boy, I don't give a fig for money. Here, take this money. Money is beneath me.
This? It's quite a lot.
Enjoy it. Spend it on love, on beauty, on amore.
Sure.
Now, James, I need more orchids. Here's the list. These are very rare. I plan to declare my love like a god. In flowers, in beauty. Oh, all my life, the times we shall spend by the lake, in Lombardy. Oh, James.
It sounds
Divine. It sounds divine.
Ufa, é só orquídeas. Pode ser orquídeas só, eu não me importo. Em princípio, esta é a última missão. I'm entirely made. Pum, pum, pum. Opa, água a mergulhar e os filhos apanhar. Fui ao jardim da Celeste, giroflé, giroflá, levado mergulhar, giroflé, flé, flá. O que foste lá fazer? Giroflé, giroflá. Essa é boa, giroflé, giroflá. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Chelonianism. Yeah, é que um gajo está literalmente aqui a andar a passo de caracol e o cavalo gasta energia como se ele estivesse a correr mesmo a sério. E ele partiu o pescoço sem dar. Mas não faz sentido, bro. O jogo limita uma velocidade e mesmo assim não me dá as vantagens de uma velocidade que está limitada. Grande assalto. Getting better, getting worse. Eu juro, este modelo não parece muito diferente do Spider-Orc. Clamshell Orchid. Em comparação a isto, eu acredito que os Dreamcatchers não vão ser assim nada de especial, mas isso é a minha coisa. Come here! Foda-se. Yahoo! Aqui. Caligahal. Yeah, imagina trocares o teu amigo de infância, né? Por um gajo loiro, com queixo gordo e com a mania que é grande homem. Tipo, Fónix. Isso é mesmo a macacada. É por isso que eu acho que a Rachel é uma puta. E os filmes honestamente não fazem nada para tirar essa opinião. Não, honestly, pera, tchau. Oh. Se tu nunca queres nada com um gajo, pelo menos diz logo, tipo, fuck next. Não, vou estar aí a fingir que gosto, né? Depois, não, na verdade não gosto. É tipo, fuck next. E foste lá fazer girafa, lá, just, ai, ai, acho que é que eu mandei com os cornos. Por que é que ele sai por ali? Vamos lá.
You okay, Daryl? Let's go.
Yeah, Moonstone Pond created by Atari. Start pounding, Joker. Ia com caraças, isto é mesmo ao fundo. As coisas que ela faz quando está a correr, que faz esquecer o passado, dizer que eu não digo, no olhar que eu não digo. As coisas que ela faz. I'm that man. Are you serious?
You know, JJJ was kind of based on Stan. That was his comic version of himself, and he confessed to me at the time that, you know, he was a little jealous that they didn't ask him to play the part in the movie. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Bag of crap. I'll give you $200 for all.
That seems a little low.
Take him somewhere else then. I was not a comic book guy. My dad was a farm boy from Illinois. My mom was a city girl from Chicago. And we'd go to outside of Gerlaw, Illinois, to visit Cousin Weed on his farm. Was big into Marvel comic books, all the big Marvels, but Spider-Man was his boy. He was his favorite, and he even at that age appreciated that Spider-Man was just this regular kid who something happened and he gets turned into a superhero, but he still wants to be this regular kid in his real life. And that was the genius of the Sam Raimi trilogy that brought Marvel to what it is today. He didn't make a movie about Spider-Man. He made a movie about Peter Parker and made it so relatable for audiences. And thank you, Sam, for championing me to play J. Jonah Jameson, which was, I had vivid memories of JJJ from the comic books, a guy with a mustache and a big flat top and this big mouth full of white teeth and this angry snarl. Wait, I got it. Dr. Octopus.
I like it.
Of course you do. Dr. Octopus. New villain in town.
Genius.
What are you looking for, a raise? Get out. I had already done 2 films with Sam for Love of the Game. I went and I auditioned and everything, which is I was certainly used to doing at the time. I mean, it was such a fun chant.
Mostra-me onde é que está. Where are they? Ah, tá aqui. Where are they? Aqui. Ah, caraças. É mesmo na ponta, é mesmo ali ó, em Oak Ridge, right? Come here. Toma, morreste, bardalhaste, todinho, come here! Bardalhaste também e fiquei a andar aqui no meio do caminho, sempre assim. Fiquei a andar e a correr sem parar e sem fim. Fiquei aqui no caminho a chegar ao fim. Fiquei na ponta disto tudo. Pois é o que acabou por acontecer. Eu não sei porque é que eu vim para aqui, mas fiquei mesmo assim a andar para ali. Eu não sei porque é que eu estou a fazer isto, mas eu continuo porque já comecei há bué de tempo, há umas 100 horas atrás, e já estou a fazer isto há vários dias e já estou cansado, mas não importa, pois vou continuar. Eu não vou desistir de algo que já comecei, por isso vou continuar a fazer isto. Eu não me importo quanto tempo vai demorar, mas eu já comecei e não vou acabar. Eu vou continuar a fazer isto até conseguir e eu vou fazer o meu máximo. Peidei-me. Hahaha. Acabar. Boing. Olha, fiquei com a queda amortecida, boa. Cavalo. Para. Realmente é muito mais rápido dar a volta. Vou fazer tipo a Sonic. Em vez de ir direto pela água, vou dar a volta. Eu vou aí ter. Vou. Come here! You stop what you're doing. Continue on with this. I do not know what you want, but I'll still try to run forever because you're not what you see. So please try to see what I am getting in here. Because if you don't, it will be the end of us both. Just follow me and you'll see what I have in store for you. Salta, cavalo. Boa, cavalo. Muito útil, muito útil. Ok, já encontrei a orquídea que eu precisava. Agora já vi da tua capitão. Perto de Lagras, mesmo a... Clap. Magué. Flang. Ok, vamos, fast travel.
It's free, fun, and effective. Download Duolingo now. #1 language learning app.
Olha.
Chance to play, even though I love playing grounded, subtle, real, intense characters. As I read every Spider-Man comic I could get my hands on, it just more and more screamed, this is a character as much as any character in the movie, maybe more, that needs to jump off the pages of the comic book and be larger than life in his energy and have this Preston Sturges kind of rhythm and vibe to it. I had never met Stan and didn't even know, and this is kind of obvious to anybody who's really paying attention or smarter than I am, but, JJJ was kind of based on Stan, comic version of himself. He confessed to me at the time that, he was a little jealous that they didn't ask him to play the part in the movie, but having seen you do it, I thought you were fantastic, and that was, you were, very, very nice things, which, obviously coming from the man was a great compliment.
We have it, folks, conclusive proof that Spider-Man was responsible for the brutal murder of Mysterio, an interdimensional warrior who gave his life to protect our planet, and who will no doubt go down in history as the greatest superhero of all time. My reintroduction as JJJ in the Tom Holland movies with John Watts directing, who I did not know, and Amy Pascal, who I knew from the very beginning. I mean, like, the movie was in the can. I don't even know whose idea it was. It was Amy, it was John, if it was somebody else. Hey, we could squeeze in a little J. Jonah Jameson here. I mean, why not get JK and see if he'll do it? And of course, I was intrigued by the idea. And, you know, we're not going to do, like, you know, the flat top and the mustache and the cigar and all that. And I was like, what? That's like half of the guy. What do you mean?
Estamos lá quase, pessoal. As paralagras, bro. Get down, bro. Let's go to Lagras. Orquídea de uma rainha. Ok.
Let's go.
A duquesa não seria casado nem nada. Eu não sei como é que eu recolhi uma e esqueci-me imediatamente se estava no chão ou se estava numa árvore. Ai, que cavalo, filha da puta. Que cavalo FDP, bro. Sério que ele deixou-me aqui? Aí, encontrei. O gajo deixou-me só. Em princípio, eu acho que esta é a última quantidade coletável. Já tenho 5, ok, boa.
O mundo de entretenimento espera por si. É um petano Cassino Show com
Cristina Ferreiro. Elysian Pool. Did you know Elysian Pool is not Elysian because it is so polluted that fish in there are starting to die? Oh, Bruno, não há atividade por perto, para de ser estúpido. Ah, já fui. O jogo Atari está-me a dizer, atividade por perto. Que atividade, bro? Porra!
What do you mean we're not, trying to wrap my brain around that? And they were like, well, it's, yours were so, so great and so, like, felt like a period piece and da-da-da-da. Where we're modernizing the franchise and he's not a newspaper guy, he's a media mogul of this and that. We were shooting a day or two later and we shot it in somebody's office. It wasn't on a stage. It was like, it happened fast. I honestly think they didn't have time to get a wig made. I think it may have come down to that. I just kind of pitched, I want to have the same, like, color thing going on. I really would like to keep the mustache, keep the cigar, it's the same character, right? It's the same vibe. And they were like, oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So, we made that compromise, and I need to ask that question someday. They probably wouldn't admit it.
Whiplash. Now, are you a rusher or are you a dragger?
What?
Or are you going to be on my fucking time? Be on your time. Obviously, it's one of the most genius pieces of writing. It was one of those things that I read and just, I don't know if I was literally shaking, but I could 100% see myself as Fletcher in every sentence, every frame of the movie. I understood who this guy was, what he wanted, what he needed, and I knew that I was the right guy.
Tanner, let's start the pickup to 11. 3, 4. Same spot. 3, 4. Well, you're in the first chair, and let's see if it's just because you're cute. 3, 4. Yep, that's fine.
The first thing he said was, JK, I want to sort of take some of the onus off of you. I want to put you at ease with the musical aspects of this. We'll have a technical advisor for you, a conductor. For a lot of the long shots, we can just use a body double to do the actual conducting. He said, I just want to, I want you as the actor. So don't be intimidated. And I'm staring at him like, dude, I'm a classically trained musician. I wanted to be Leonard Bernstein. I'm a conductor, so I'm not just going to be some actor up there waving his arm. I will learn these scores. And in another piece of kismet, he had no idea that Miles had been playing drums since he was 15 years old and that he wouldn't have to fake all the drumming either. Not a fucking tempo! Sorry, guys. Hate to put you through this. If you need to fucking take a dump or get a coffee, whatever, now might be a good time because we're going to stay here until I find a drummer who can fucking play in time.
Eu assumo que é porque a posição em que eu me meti não é a melhor. And I was right. Tá aqui. Últimos 10, bro, finalmente! Eu estava a ver, tipo, no meu coisa, mas não é preciso. Kamala Harris River. Apanha a porra do ovo! Apanha! I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. Tired of hearing the salt into ashes. I cannot take this anymore. Will the whole world know your name? Where we dance through destiny. I've seen it and I Olha, peidaram-se. Ai. Como é que era? Vamos jogar um jogo, descobre o meu pelo facial. What the fuck? Ah, pá. Estou aqui. Ah. What the fuck? Vamos jogar um jogo, descobre o meu pelo facial. What the fuck? Ah. O sol está a se erguer. Primata, what the fuck? Macaco. Uou, grande filme. Eu gostaria de ver. Primata. Prima, mata-me. Não, não me mates, prima. Eu é que mato primeiro. Não, na verdade, nenhum dos dois. Nenhuma das duas opções é boa. Epá.
Hello, girl.
Filha de uma puta. Vou pôr o comando branco a carregar para ver como é que fica. Or am I meant to believe? Ah, com caraças. Ovo. Não sei como é que isto foi para o 6, bro. My key is rising. It's overflowing. Ah! Ah, yeah. We're minding our work. Cabrão.
You're okay.
Get away from me! Run! As fast as you can!
We're minding our work. Ah, vai-te lixar. Follow me. Os gajos já ameaçaram o protagonista, bro. É, vai-te lixar. Roubaram uma vez na Ellie e agora eu sou o fucking Batman. Haha. E eu bato em todos os gajos. Fuck. Eu não aguento mais ter que jogar isto tudo. E depois disto é mais 18 fucking Dreamcatchers e depois mais uns 10 ursos. É que eu estou aqui na época em que os troféus não tinham a porcentagens específicas, então um gajo fica tipo. Um gajo fica tipo, então falta-me 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, explodiu. Eu já consegui o coisa do 250 em cada estado. O dos animais não parece que seja demasiado complicado, talvez, não sei. Partner. Caraças. Sept era. Okay. Olha que animal é aquele? Mas o que é que eu estaria em conflito sendo que eu nem estou? Rivalidade unilateral. 2 perdas e 18 vitórias. Aí, bro. Não parece que eu esteja aqui a ver. Aparentemente estou. Cegueta. The last one. Get ready for the next travel. Eu não vou jogar Red Dead 1 assim tão cedo, bro. Fogo. Ainda por cima ouvi dizer que o Red Dead 1 também é complicado. Que raio de animal é este? É como?
Não diz mais nada, só diz Cougar. Aparentemente só diz Cougar. So eu juro, se os lobos atacassem ainda agora eu ia ficar bué da puto. Porque do caralho, a vaga de merda, lama-me a boca, fecha-me as pernas, não. Tu daqui não levas nada, estás muito caída, cortonada, mastigada. Sei lá o que é que o gajo fala na música. Saída do buraco, miséria, lixo, riso, niggas a roubar para alimentar o. Now this is the girl I know. Oh, that's how the story goes. You're dream catchers. Come on. Do you know that way? I think you know that way. Yeah, true. Like, alimentar isso. Bora ver o desenho épico. Come on, bro, que esquece. Olha, bati de cabeça. Essa aí foi mesmo estúpida, porra. O quê? Rules of nature. Okay. Let this speed last. Let us set out. Whoa. Let us settle. Eu ainda não acredito que o Kaiba não aparece no último arco do Yu-Gi-Oh! Tipo, what? 25 de 25. Haha. Bora ver o gajo a estar viciado numa mulher. Understandable. But not justified. Go. Go hard into battle. Show them what you've got. Now the sun is falling and the skies beyond, and light is fading from our world. Now's the time of reckoning. The final battle has begun. Don't give up until we save the day. Together we'll bring back our home. Trusting those who stand beside, and maybe we can win this war. Oh, they're not paying attention. Oh, fuck! Oh, é uma arranha.
Oh, there you are.
I got you those orchids.
I don't need them anymore.
Why? What happened?
It's the Contessa. She's
Dead.
she's married another. I'm so sad.
I'm sorry.
She left me for a postman. She married a postman. She's countess and a postman. The shame of it. I mean, if it was a prince, I could have coped with it, but a postman?
Life is extremely challenging at times.
James, I want you to kill me.
What?
I have a gun.
That's quite a weapon.
These are Tahitian pearls.
Tahiti?
Heavy men.
Tahiti.
But I guess we never made it.
It's not for people like us, James. Please, just kill me.
No.
Then give me the gun.
Calm down. I think it's best for both of us if I hold on to the gun.
I'm so ashamed, James.
Don't worry about it.
Now, I have to go to Baltimore to see my awful sister. Not to thank God. To smell the gardenias.
I'm not sure what to say.
Here's your payment. For the orchids.
Thank you.
I'm too old for love, James. Too old to live without it.
Wise words.
But art will see me through, James. Surely it shall. Here. I promised you I'd make something. I have your hat. Pretend like it, I couldn't have another rejection, not now.
It's wonderful. Take care of yourself, Algernon.
Goodbye, James. Think of me fondly.
Consegui, finalmente acabei com a raio da missão, bro.
There's my girl.
Mas o que é que a minha irmã está para ali? 99% boa. Dreamcatchers. Bora que pariu. Vamos à procura dos Dreamcatchers para completar o jogo 100% já. RDR2. Tahiti. Well, let's go to Rick's station. Cause in the end, it's you and your friend. Rick's Station, remember that one? Olha, fiquei com mais 20 mil de novo. Ah, pô! Agora é só não ser roubado de novo, né? Otários lá do foguinho, sei lá onde. Eu ainda estou chateado com essa. Tipo, porque é que o jogo não me deixou pular um Dead Eye? Morreram todos. O jogo nunca me avisou que dava para isso acontecer. Tipo, Phoenix, um gajo estava à espera que podia simplesmente. Os gajos iam-me tentar assaltar normalmente e eu tirava o Dead Eye e matava-os. Mas não, ao invés disso, um gajo deu-me na cabeça e eu caí de alguma maneira. Tipo, Phoenix. Aquele bastão é assim tão forte que desmaia uma pessoa, porra. Yo, Dreamcatchers. I can't believe this. You're incredible. Mas para Caribbean City. Está numa árvore ao ar livre, acho que é fácil apanhar.
Let's go, bro.
Ah, good boy. Isto é o coletável mais estúpido que meteram aqui. É mesmo aqui, ó. Ah, caralho, mesmo aqui ao lado, é.
You know what to do, bro.
Opa, opa, cheio de amigos. Opa, opa. Ah, 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 ah. Ai, 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 caralho, vou cair. A culpa é tua, cavalo. Porquê é que saltaste também? What the fuck?
Let's go.
Come on. Vou saltar. Ah. Pouco realista. Tchá, tchá, tchá. Ah, alguém morreu. E, e, a, e. Aqui encontrei. Fala-me. Mesmo em cima do End de Heartlands. Acho que este é um que eu apanhei já esse. Here we go now, kick. Punch. All in the mind. If you want to test me, I'll sure fight. Good morning, teacher. I got things I'll teach you. Nevertheless, you gotta get it. Vamos lá, dorme logo. Não é dormir, é fast travel. Só dormimos depois de 100%. Já, só dormimos depois de 100%. Só dormimos depois de 100%. Só dormimos depois de 100%. Ok, vamos para Valentine. Will you be my Valentine? Eu não sei.
fine looking animal you got there, my friend. Just a craze, ain't it, girl?
I'm. Ah, tá a ver. I did not inspect. Valentine, mesmo debaixo do coisa, do E. Já encontrei. Aconteceu bem cedo. Eu acho que assim ainda é mais rápido, não sabe? Espero encontrar um Chris, liberem. Eu procuro o Dreamcatcher 89. Ursinhos carinhosos, ursinhos carinhosos. Ai, ursinhos carinhosos, qual é o nome da atora das Moranguinhos? Grizzlies West.
You okay, girl? Let's go.
From humble beginnings into 100% health, 100% energia e 100% Dead Eye. Pois. Olho da morte. Olho mortífero. Urso, apareçam ursos. Au. Eu espetei o pau na parede. Perto de Cotorra Springs. Oi? Ah, poderia ter sido. Estava só a ver se tipo os pássaros que eu estava a coisar, tipo. Mesmo a coisa. Ou pela mata. Os ossos. Este auto-aim é demasiado. Tentar-me dizer que eu apontei para o chão e subitamente estava a mirar num pássaro. Mas. Where are they? É, pois também existe outro que eu apanhei a meio do caminho, vês? Honestly.
Here we go.
Menos trabalho ainda até lá.
Easy.
Cavalo.
Easy now.
O que é que o jogo quer que eu faça nesta posição? Ah, ok, está a vida franca. Só para ver se chama a atenção de alguns dos. Para uma zona que se chama Grizzlies East não aparece muitos Grizzly Bears. Cheiro cheio em Gaza. Gotta move fast. You know that in this world. Get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Woo. Get out the way, get out the way, get out the... Yeah, yeah. Enemies getting drowned.
Who's my girl?
You are...
I'm proud of her.
I've been waiting for the longest time. Este eu já apanhei. Beaver Hollow. Tá mesmo aqui em Amsburg, mas almost there.
What a load of bullshit. Vamos, cavalo, vamos. Eu gostava bem mais quando eu estava a jogar uma história, bro. Fogo.
Come on, girl.
Ih, tá mesmo aqui ao pé.
One more time.
Assim sim. One more time. Assim sim, tudo próximo. Tudo próximo. Acabaram-se as ideias de onde pôr as coisas, ok?
There's my girl.
É que isto está basicamente uns perto dos outros. Ai, eu consegui assim. Não. Eu achava que tinha um perto de. Que tinha. Ai, foi! Tinha apanhado um perto da Elysian Pool. Olha.
God damn. Hello, girl. Couldn't do it without you, girl.
Ai, ai, essa foi perigosa. Eu acho que este é literalmente o meu último More Survivor. Ó, viste, cavalo, cais mais uma vez, morres. Eu não te venho salvar.
Ele tá mesmo aqui no O. Eu ainda não acredito que o fucking Stranger Things conseguiu meter Ghost and Goblins para Nintendo, né? Mas ao invés de pôr a fucking versão de Nintendo, mete a versão de arcade. Feitos estúpidos. Tipo, isso foi literalmente um dos momentos mais otários que eu alguma vez vi. Um predador. Ah. Cavalo.
Let's go, girl.
É um pato da malária.
Okay. Hey, girl. Let's go.
A, B, C, D, E.
R é de Robotnik. As crianças. L é de Lucas. Pá, como é? Oh, doutor, ela ainda gosta de si, vê lá, até tem a sua foto lá na sala de aula.
I love you, lady.
Lucina, casas comigo, senão. Isso sim tá bom. Mas eu não acredito na série canonicamente o Sonic beija o Eggman. What the fuck? Eu assumo que seja tipo estílico ou alguma cena assim. Olha. Vou assumir que o gajo tipo, enfiou bué da batona é o suficiente para não me tocar na boca. Não sei. De qualquer forma é nojento. Não me apetece fazer aquela quest, desculpa. Desculpa, não dá, não dá. Não dá, não dá, não dá. E ela diz que não dá. Não dá, não dá, não dá. Isto é o suficiente para 100% ou tenho que coletar a reward? Ui. Uhul. Oi. O jogo está-me a dar medo agora.
Guess we're just about done, my friend.
Whoa. Out of hunger and thirst for righteousness.
Miss me, girl?
Essa é muito piada. Guess we're just about done, my friend. Guess we're just about done, my friend.
Howdy, Jing Yang, and welcome back to the channel. In today's Red Dead 2 video, I'm going to be showing you the easiest way to get the Green Emperor Trophy size achievement in Red Dead Redemption 2. Before we begin, if you're new to the channel, subscribe right now and secure your place within the Jing Yang family. Now on to the trophy guide. So as for the game Red Dead Redemption 2 is, Rockstar hasn't implemented the best scalable spawning inside the game. This is making the Green Emperor Trophy a lot more difficult to obtain. Lucky for you, I have found a way around this system to make this a lot easier and faster. First thing you're going to want to do is select this area on the map. It's just northwest of Wallace Station. This is the station. Setting up a camp that says button or B button is achieved. Do is set up a camp at this location. Setting up a camp is essential for this mode of the work. Now check the entire area for any bears that may have already spawned in game. Also, when being attacked by
Os tutoriais dizem todos o Wallace Station, então vamos para o Wallace Station.
Wait your turn, almost done. Well, hello again. I got another one. You interested? Okay, safe travels.
Come, come.
Good girl.
Posso ver aqui no compêndio?
Let's go.
Olha, acabou-se.
You got this, girl.
Ok, este aqui não foi difícil de encontrar. Aquele ali nem tentou se esconder, ele só apareceu. Ok, esta está-me a parecer uma estratégia boa. Parece uma estratégia viável. Okay. Come here! Get over here! Vamos. Back shot. Uou! Isto não é piada. Get over here! Deixa eu ver como é que isso fica na live. Isto não é piada. Deixa eu ver. Okay.
Clear! Get over here!
Vamos.
Backshot.
Essa é boa. Get over here! Just Gus. Mas eu não sei porque é que tem que ser 18 vezes. Tipo, quem é que teve esta brilhante ideia? É, agora fazer o jogador ter que repetir a mesma coisa 18 vezes. Os gajos, ok. Eu duvido que os desapareçam à noite, até eu vou tipo pôr a dormir, mas não vou pôr o tempo completo. Acho que é 7 da morning, ok. Como é que é a história?
Hello, girl.
Uma coisa engraçada é que tipo, os atores aqui dos jogos da Rockstar tipo, parecem estar mesmo coisas com os seus personagens. Só que é esquisito, porque eu tipo, nunca os vejo em mais lado nenhum. Os gajos que aparecem nos jogos da Rockstar aparecem aqui e é só uma vez. Eu nunca percebi bem porquê. Urso! Come here! Não tem pilinha. Cortou-lhe a pilinha. Costumava, já não há. Come here, urso. Whoa. What? What então? Olha. O urso desistiu de seguir as regras. I never wanna just play my rules. Esta aqui eu quase ia para a vala, porra. Tá bom, pronto. Eu estou curioso. Almost staring away. Anda lá, bro. Alex Mercer. Até agora esta tática nunca me falhou, porque até agora não apareceu um urso, né? Então, pela lógica, eu acho que estou seguro em fazer esta tática de novo e 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 de novo. Ok, pode ser. I accept. I am interested in this proposition. Já calar-me. Não, na verdade não, eu estou em live, eu devo falar. Pois realmente. Eu me lembro, eu estava a almoçar uma vez com um colega e mais dois colegas e depois tipo uma delas estava a tentar abrir a banana com a mão e descobriu que era mais fácil usar a faca. Só que depois na vez seguinte viu que tinha uma banana e foi logo usar a faca. Tipo, aprendeu com o seu último erro. Isso meteu bem piada por acaso. Tipo, eu acabei de ver um ser humano a aprender a fazer uma coisa em olhos visíveis. Bué da fixe. Urso. Ah, tá ali. Come here! Bora de novo. Open mouth for food and water. Tenta lá me acertar porque não percebes. Enquanto a coisa estiver a carregar, eu vou.
Let's go, girl.
Name is you. Yeah. Oh, grizzly bear, come on! Depois já está outra vez. Isso não foi necessário, Jim, João. Jim Milton strikes again? Não sei, tipo. Talvez os gajos também usem esse nome no primeiro jogo, não sei. Mas eu me pergunto, como é que será a história do Red Dead? Ainda bem que isto me apareceu no caminho. Nem sabia que este cão existia.
Esta é a solução de beleza que tenho perfeita para ti. Isto tudo ferramentas de maquiagem com 23 peças de
Dual Disc, one of the most popular and devices to life in the form of a toy. Just about every Yu-Gi-Oh fan has either owned one or really wish they had at some point in their lives. I love the Dual Disc as a concept and really think that it's one of the best things to happen to the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise, even though it really doesn't affect the actual gameplay all that much. First and foremost, it originates from the actual manga and anime that spawns all of the good Yu-Gi-Oh ideas. Creating Duelist Kingdom Heart, basically every duel had to take place in a specified arena where players could place their cards on the board. That would then scan them and project the monsters onto a giant hologram field between the two. This was such a cool way of showing these duels and added the dramatic flair needed. Eventually, Kaiba began developing the Dual Disc, a portable version of the projection effects, allowing these epic duels to take place anywhere. This version was literally just a disc, but finally during the Battle City arc everything took off. The Dual Disc was refined into a wearable version that would allow duelists to, well, you know, battle in the city. And what a spiffy design. It was sleek, yet had the edgy angular shapes that defined Yu-Gi-Oh! While being completely functional. This is one thing that made Yu-Gi-Oh! Stand out from other conceptual card game anime. Card games are fun, but they need to be played at a table across from an opponent. Yu-Gi-Oh! Had already made these more exciting with the holograms, but fully leaning into the science fiction technology made the Dual Disc possible. Now there was no chance for the pacing or high stakes of an exciting duel to be ruined.
Characters wouldn't need to go find an arena or hold out a table to settle their disputes. They were all wearing everything they needed right on their wrists. Also, having them stand during these battles made everything look a lot cooler and felt more engaging. And from here on out, dual discs became the norm for every anime series. While there would be various iterations on exactly how people would duel, the concept of getting away from the table remained. And even if it was drastically different, like motorcycles or hoverboards, characters still had a dual disc because that was just part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. From series to series, the designs can vary, but they all keep a basic layout and are recognizable. What I do love is the variation between characters. I mean, even in just the original series, we see differences depending on allegiance or even time period. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, while still being in the original continuity, is where we really saw the individuality take off. They were really experimenting with the idea of creating all these different styles. And just like any popular anime at the time, there were tie-in toys. This is what most everybody will immediately think of when dual disc is mentioned. The original toy was really meant as just that, a toy, but I mean it was definitely compatible with the actual trading cards. I find the original US commercial so funny. You see a bunch of these kids running off to some abandoned warehouse to break out their dual discs and play against each other. They're using these replica cards that look like they do in the show, but for some reason we only see the backs of them. Like, they're just placing monsters in face-down attack position, except for at the very end when one kid brings out Exodia and, just plays the head face up on the field. It's so cheesy, I love it. Also get the Chaos Duel Disc, which has a commercial of two kids just rotating around each other with some anime footage spliced in. While the Dual Disc toys would continue into the GX era, 5Ds is where they basically slowed down. Usage Dual Disc was available in Japan, but in the US, anime merchandise shifted to the next popular thing. And of course, when these Exo anime started leaning more into the complex Dual Disc, they just stopped. Though more recently, Bandai would release a premium version of the original Dual Disc, which you might have seen and it looks insane. Apparently, it actually holds cards in their sleeves. And with the recent Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's anime rebuilding the Dual Disc as well as the Battlefield, they've started producing a physical toy version for that one, though only in Japan. Growing up, my friends were more into Yu-Gi-Oh! And I kind of didn't catch on until later, but they had one of the Dual Disc toys that they gave to me for some reason, and I thought it was so cool. But then for some other reason, I gave it back to them, and I kind of regret it now because I'm a weird nerd collector and they're just normal people. Though at this point in time, I do have my own Dual Disc because in 2021, there was a reproduction of the original toy which I snagged for myself as a Christmas present. Though it is a bit different in a few ways. For one, I think the plastic is thinner, which I'm not the biggest fan of in some areas, but it has all the basics you remember: a deck holder, graveyard, monster zones, slots for spell and trap cards. However, there is no field zone, which I suspect might have been a cost-cutting measure. The lights do function, and there is a light point counter just like the original. The worst part is that with mine specifically, it's very sensitive when it locks into the inactive position. That is actually kind of disappointing. It is really finicky, so I kind of can't even have it in the inactive position at all. It's not as good as the original in terms of quality, but for being widely available in modern times, I like it as a display piece. Or potentially a cosplay prop, actually, more likely a video prop to be funny sometimes. Whenever somebody comes over, they're always excited to see it sitting on my shelf, so yeah, I'm pretty cool. All in all, I think it's easy to see why the Dual Disc has been so important in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's an extremely recognizable piece of iconography that serves a functional purpose in the source material to help it stand out from contemporaries, while serving as the ultimate immersion for fans in real life. So let me know what you think about it in the comments below. Did you ever have one growing up, or is it a right that you reclaimed in your later years? Anyway, this is GatorX, thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you all later.
Why is he
UCS Indianapolis, I got the chance to watch Exodia win an incredible feature match, but afterwards I couldn't help but wonder why alternate win conditions had historically been so unpopular. At the moment, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has almost 20 cards with automatic victory effects, but only a couple have ever seen use at tournaments. Today I'm covering every single one of them in chronological order to find out why nobody plays most instant win cards. Of course, we're going to start with Exodia the Forbidden One, released in The Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon all the way back in March 2002. This was the original alternate win condition card. To win with Exodia, you have to have it as well as the 4 limbs of Exodia, 4 vanilla monsters, all in your hand at the exact same time. Of course, this was designed to be flashy and inconsistent. It's a big anime card, and that's part of the fun of playing it. It's supposed to be a challenge assembling all 5 pieces of Exodia, and it's important to remember that. Exodia decks usually fall into one of 2 categories. People either build an Exodia deck that stalls out the opponent for a lot of turns until they draw the pieces, or they play a combo variant that tries to get to Exodia on turn 1 by either drawing a million cards or Treasure Panda. The biggest thing holding Exodia back is unfortunately the only real requirement for its effect. The Exodia pieces don't really do anything until you get all of them in your hand at the same time. When Mystic Mine was legal, you did see some Exodia Mystic Mine decks at regionals every once in a while, but realistically, even in those decks, Final Countdown was usually the better option. Outside of that recent Jeff Leonard feature match, which was great to see, the last time that I can really remember a lot of people talking about Exodia as a competitive deck, at least, was way back in 2012 when Jarrell Winston took Exodia to the World Championship and impressively managed to make it all the way to top 8. Other than that top 8 and a few cool feature matches throughout the years, though, Exodia has failed to make any sort of big impact at competitive events. If it gets more support in the future, then it might be better off, but until that happens, it's in a difficult spot. Just a few months later, we got Destiny Board in Labyrinth of Nightmare. On this card and all 4 Spirit Message cards, if they are placed on your field, you win the duel. Once per turn during your phase, it takes place 1 Spirit Message card from your hand or deck and your 12 trap cards that are face up in the proper order. When any Spirit Message card or Destiny Board you control leaves the field, send all Spirit Message cards and Destiny Board you control to the graveyard. Destiny Board has a number of issues. Like Exodia, it requires you to play 4 bricks in your deck for the Spirit Messages, but unlike Exodia, where you keep all of the cards in your hand, which is generally safe from the opponent, Destiny Board requires you to put all of these Spirit Messages on the field over the course of several turns, making them a lot more vulnerable to removal. And that's not even mentioning the huge downside that Destiny Board has, where if any Spirit Message or Destiny Board you control leaves the field, the rest of the cards go with it. Years later, they printed some pretty helpful Destiny Board support, but despite that, the deck was never able to take off, even as a rogue strategy. Destiny Board is a fun card to play against your friends, but not really good at tournaments. Next up, we have Last Turn, released in 2003. This card has weird text and weird runes surrounding it, so let's read through it and see what it does. It says, this card can only be activated during your opponent's turn when your life points are 1,000 or less. Select 1 monster on your side of the field and send all other cards on the field in their respective owner's hands to their respective graveyards. After that, your opponent selects and special summons 1 monster from their deck in face of attack condition and attacks the selected monster. Any battle damage from this battle is treated as 0. The player whose monster remains alone on the field at the end phase of this turn wins the duel. Any other case results in a draw. Conceptually, I understand what they were going for with Last Turn's effect. If you're down in life points, you can set up this big final fight, but one of the issues that came up here was that if you activated Last Turn and targeted a card like Jowgen the Spiritualist, your opponent wouldn't be allowed to special summon a monster, therefore you always won the duel. Now, some modern players might be wondering how you're even allowed to activate Last Turn when Jowgen is on the board, because how are you able to use a card that forces the opponent to special summon if you have a card on the field that restricts the special summoning? Last Turn has a ton, and I do mean a ton, of weird rulings, and one of those weird rulings is that for whatever reason back in the day, they decided that half of the effects of this card happen after resolution. So it's not like you activate Last Turn, do all of those steps, and then the Last Turn resolves and decides the winner of the duel. Instead, you activate the Last Turn, target your monster, and then send everything on the field and the hands to the graveyard except that monster, Last turn is resolved now, and now it has placed all these conditions that you have to check throughout the turn. Your opponent will then special summon a monster after the card resolves. You'll have this special battle phase where the monsters battle after the card resolves, and then in the end phase, you will check who won that battle. It is a very strange card with a bunch of weird-ass rulings, and while all of that might sound way too overcomplicated, and it is because last turn, the main thing here is that you are allowed to activate it while you control Jowgen, which essentially sets you up for an instant win. Last turn is still banned to this day in the TCG, so it's a little unfair to say that nobody plays it. I'm not 100% sure that this would be a popular card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! If they unbanned it, but that's mostly because if the card ever did come back, it would pretty much require getting it. If they unbanned it, but that's mostly because if the card ever did come back, it would pretty much require getting an errata. 2003 must have been the year for alternate win conditions, because in December we got Final Countdown and Dark Crisis. This is a normal spell card that says, pay 2,000 life points. After 20 turns have passed, you win the duel. On one hand, this is easily the slowest alternate win condition card that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has ever printed, but on the other hand, it's also guaranteed and it requires no setup. As long as you draw the card, you can simply activate it immediately, and then the only requirement for winning the game is surviving those 20 turns. Unlike most of the cards in today's video, though, Final Countdown at least has multiple YCS cops, which is pretty impressive. At 2012's YCS Philly, a Final Countdown deck managed to get all the way to 16, but then years later, Final Countdown found its way in competition once again in a lucky Mystic Mine deck. Mystic Mine was a deck that oftentimes would use burn cards to win the game, but some players found it just easier to activate Final Countdown and wait 20 turns. While the Mystic Mine was on the board, if you controlled no monsters, your opponent would basically never be able to attack or activate any monster effects. Back in the day, Final Countdown decks were primarily comprised of cards that stopped your opponent from attacking, but with Mystic Mine, the format, that basically was all the defense you needed, so Final Countdown was a pretty good pair. Next up, in January of 2007, we got Victory Dragon as a Shonen Jump subscription promotional card. This card cannot be special summoned. To tribute summon this card, you must tribute 3 Dragon-type monsters. If this card attacks your opponent directly and reduces their life points to 0, you win the match. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I first read this card way back in the day, I did not understand it. I was like, what do you mean you win the match? You are already winning the match. You're attacking directly for game. But what I didn't understand at the time was that Victory Dragon is not a duel winner, it is a match winner, the best 2 out of 3 that you play at tournaments. So, for example, if you are in game 1 of a match against your opponent at a tournament, if you win with a Victory Dragon direct attack, you will win the entire match. You don't have to play games 2 or 3. The only other cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That have this effect are World Championship prize cards, but those ones aren't legal for play. So Victory Dragon was the first and only time that players were allowed to play a match winner in tournaments. But even Victory Dragon was only legal for 2 months before they banned it, and it wasn't really because the card was good, it was surprisingly because it caused a bunch of arguments. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Like a lot of card games, you're allowed to concede whenever you want. You don't have to wait for your life points to hit 0. Because if your opponent summons a Victory Dragon and is ready to attack you directly, you can actually scoop up right there and bring the next one without your opponent directly. That's if a player summons a Victory Dragon. Summon or set, and it must be special summoned either with Rise of the Snake Deity or by its own effect. It's 500 attack for each reptile monster in your graveyard. Either player can target this card with card effects. Also, it is unaffected by other cards and their effects. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can banish 1 other reptile monster from your graveyard and special summon this card. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, place 1 Hyper Venom counter on it. When the 3rd Hyper Venom counter is placed on this card, you win the duel. I have very few problems with Phenomenaga as a monster. I think that this thing was way ahead of its time if we consider that it was released in 2007. I mean, cards back then did not have these types of protection effects. Not to mention, if your opponent does manage to get rid of this thing in battle, it can just bring itself back immediately. The biggest reason that people don't play Phenomenaga is that summoning required. This is a trap card that says when you can set Phenomenon, the king of puts is a CP ball is destroyed except by battle, special summon one Phenomenaga from your hand deck. Now the thing about Phenomenon is that it's just the monster. The king does not have a built-in summon effect, so you will have to find a way to get it on the board. And then after that, you have to get to Rise of the Snake Deity, a mostly unsearchable normal trap card. And then on top of that, you have to find a way to destroy the Phenomenon, because while your opponent might do that for you, chances are they're probably not. That means to summon Phenomenaga, you have to have King, Rise, and a card to destroy the king, and your opponent has to not interrupt any of those things. Less than a year later, we got Exodius.
The fuck do you mean I'm not in the wilderness, bro?
Exodius cannot be normal summoned or set. It must be special summoned from your hand by shuffling all monsters in your graveyard into the deck, and it cannot be special summoned by other ways. When this card declares an attack, and send one monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard. This card gains 1,000 attack for each normal monster.
No, this is not for me. There's no reason for me to go on for what?
I find it interesting that Exodius was printed less than 1 year after Phenomenaga because they do share a few similarities. They're big zero-attack monsters that gain attack based on monsters in the graveyard, and they win the duel by attacking the opponent. But there are a few key differences that I think are worth mentioning. With Phenomenaga, the big downside to summon when at least it has protection effects on the field. Exodius is the exact opposite. It's very easy to summon. You have to have one monster in your graveyard, but it has no protection effects on the field, and if you are trying to win with its effect, you have to attack 5 times compared to Phenomenaga's 3. Funnily enough, though, Exodius has seen success at tournaments over the years in a variety of decks, not because of the win condition. Technically seen play at tournaments over the years, it never was for the instant win ability. After that, we went 5 years without getting another alternate win condition card, but in 2013 we got number 88, Gimmick Puppet of Leo.
Será que meu macho dele aparece? Desaparece! Jota! Olha bem!
Place one Destiny counter on it. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. When your Destiny counter on this card, it's like a joke with first off, but the problem is that this card has to compete with every two material repeat in the entire game, and many of those are better than this. A couple of them are even part of the gimmick of the archetype. Second, this card is going to have no cards in its own trap card zone. It is true that it has a lot of macro cards, so I guess the description isn't really supposed to matter, but if you are playing in cards like this that just sustain turn protection, you might want to have some spell trap cards to keep you around. The final punchline is that this card is fixed to that turn, and that really is fun to me because it's all about OTP and damage in one turn. Simply put, Gimmick Puppet of Leo feels out of place in its own archetype, and won't even know it's just let's see if this certainly looks better, but that's not to say that it's actually a good card. It can't be targeted, which is nice, and it does have an ability that does damage to the opponent, so it can close out the game. But what I find the strangest about this card is just that it has an instant win effect. With just this one card, you can kill over half of their life. I've seen a few crazy combos online combining this card alongside Karibolt to actually use its effect, but in any sort of tournament setting, that's not going to work. Next up, we have a Relay Soul, released in Dragons of Legend back in 2014. Relay Soul is technically an alternative win condition for the opponent, but I still wanted to include it. Special summon one monster from your game. While it is face up on your field, you take no damage, but if it leaves the field, though, your opponent wins the duel. Relay Soul is really not supposed to be a serious card. It's taken from the enemy. Chilling fun fact, though, if you are required to play this card because you lost a bet against your buddies and like some locals, is that if you use a monster as a seized material, your opponent will not win the duel, which does not count as leaving the field. So there's that. In 2014's Primal Origin, we got Jackpot 7, a mono spell card with a pretty neat alternate win condition requirement. When Jackpot 7 is activated, you shuffle it back into the deck. When this card in your possession is sent to your graveyard by an opponent's card effect, banish this card. If 3 of your
Ai, ai, maninho, temozinho, está na hora do soninho. Diz que li, lá, essa birra, lá não será.
One of the ways that people try to win the Jackpot 7 over the years is by giving their opponent a card like Morphine Jar or Needleworm. Then they'll combine cards like Book of Boon and AD Changer to repeatedly trigger the Morphine Jar or Needleworm effects to eventually mill themselves out of the Jackpot 7s and win the duel. Another common way that people try to win with Jackpot 7 is by giving their opponent a copy of Darkstorm in Burglary. Once you've done that, you can activate a card like Super Hippo Carnival, crash a couple tokens into the Burglars, and kill those 3 Jackpot 7s. These combos might sound a bit gimmicky, and that's because they are. Jackpot 7 has unfortunately never been a competitive card because, as you can kind of tell, the combos required to get it to work are a bit overcomplicated. From World Superstars in 2015, we have Ghostrick Angel Mischief. Angel Mischief is a generic rank 4 monster, but it can also be AC summoned by using a Ghostrick AC monster you control as material. When you do that, all the AC materials are then transferred to the Angel Mischief, which is pretty important because when the number of AC materials on this card becomes 10, you win the duel. This card also has 2 once per turn effects. The first one allows you to add a Ghostrick Flower Trap card from your deck to your hand by detaching a material, and the other one allows you to attach a Ghostrick card from your hand to the Angel Mischief as material. The Ghostrick archetype has always been about stalling in some way. You have multiple field spells that prevent the opponent's attacking, you have cards that can put
Let's get.
down inside the field. So the idea here is that the Ghostrick Angel Mischief is protected over the course of several turns, and then you can attach more materials. Notably, there aren't really Ghostrick exact monsters that have effects.
Espero que isto tenha spawnado o bicho. Então.
Basically, stuff and Ghostrick shots trigger effects to attach materials. A lot of players have tried to look outside the Ghostrick archetype for ways to make this card work. There are other cards out there that can put materials on it, but in reality, this card is primarily used for one combo, and that is to get to Topic Rainbow Future, and it's really good at that, but you don't see it too many other places. 2017's Maximum Crisis was a very influential set, introducing both the True Dracos and Ash Blossom to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Maximum Crisis also gave us a lot of the Phantasm Spiral cards. They have a field spell that summons tokens, and they have a lot of trap cards, but they even have an alternate card, Phantasm Spiral Assault. Let's take a look at what it does. Target 1 Phantasm Spiral Dragon you control. When it destroys 3 effect monsters your opponent controls by battle while equipped with 3 or more Phantasm Spiral equipped spells with different names, you win the duel. For context, Phantasm Spiral Dragon is a vanilla monster with 2,900 attack units, and the Phantasm Spiral archetype only has 3 different spells that good
Yep.
FA monster whose level is at least 5 or higher than its original level battles an opponent's monster and inflicts battle damage to them, you can banish 1 card from your hand, field, or graveyard. You can only activate this effect once per turn. If 3 of your FA field spells with different names are currently banished and were all banished by the effect of FA winners, you win the duel. I like looking at FA winners right after talking about Phantasm Spiral Assault because they're both kind of similar in that they require 3 attacks to win. But I will say that it's much easier to get an FA monster that meets these requirements than equipping a Phantasm Spiral Dragon with 3 equipped spells. And I like that this card does have some sort of protection on the field. It's not the best protection, but hey, it stops MST. The main reason people don't play this card, besides the fact that FAs aren't that popular, is that in the FA deck, you just don't really need this type of effect. You already have combos, you already have setup you're trying to get to. There's no reason to also add an alternate win condition on top of that. FA Winners, unfortunately, doesn't really have any other effects that make it worth money, so for most FA players, this is not one that makes the cut. From Battles of Legend Relentless Revenge, we got Flying and Elephant. Let's take a look at what it does. Once per opponent's turn, if this card would be destroyed by their card effect, it is not destroyed. Once per turn, during their end phase, if that effect was applied this turn, apply the following effect. During your next next turn, if this
Ufa, ainda bem que me deixou antes da atividade começar. Porra.
win the duel. Flying Elephant's effect is kind of like a combination of Phenomenaga and Jackpot 7's, of course, two cards. And let's be next. Flying Elephant wants your opponent to try and destroy it one time and one time only, and that needs to survive until the end phase with no other protection effects. And then on the opponent's turn, you have to find a way to sneak in a direct attack with this thing. It's not that it's impossible to win the Flying Elephant, but it's more work than most players are willing to give. Next. Released in 2019's Gold Sarcophagus tin, we have Exodia the Legendary Defender. Cannot be special summoned. You can tribute 5 monsters to tribute summon this card. This card's attack and defense become the combined original attack and defense of the tributed monsters. If this card summoned this way destroys a Dark Fiend monster owned by your opponent, you win the duel at the end of the damage step. Besides the attack and defense boost, all of the other effects on this card are terrible. If this card required 5 tributes to special summon it, it would still be bad, but as it stands right now, as a tribute summon, it's borderline unplayable. But that's not all this card is asking you to do, because even once you get it on the board, you then have to destroy a Dark Fiend monster owned by your opponent in battle. The one nice thing that I can say about this card is that the artwork is really cool. It's going to get drawn by Takahashi, so of course it's going to look great. I just wish the artwork was attached to a slightly better monster. Next up, from Maxwell Eldorado, we have number IC1000, Numeronius Numeronia. We'll talk about some ways to summon this card in a few moments, but for now, let's take a look at the effects. If this card is special summoned by the effect of number C1000 Numeronius, it gives 100,000 attack and defense during your opponent's turn only. Also, apply the following effects from the start of the next turn after this card was special summoned. Monsters your opponent controls must attack this card if able. At the start of your opponent's turn, if this card is not sent to the graveyard, you get to special summon the number IC1000 Numeronius Numeronia, and then attach it to that as material. And while you could overlay 5 level 12 monsters to summon number Chaos 1000, the more conventional way is with the Numeron Chaos Ritual. Chaos Ritual does require a bit of setup. You can only use it if number C1 was destroyed by an opponent's monster effect this turn, but then at least you don't have to worry about summoning 5 level 12 monsters. While I can't say that I recommend playing Numeron as Numeronia in your Numeron Network deck, I will say that you don't have to adjust your deck list that much to include this combo in your already built Numeron deck, so people are definitely trying this card on Master Duel especially, but it's not the most common pick in the Numeron decks. And finally, we have Musical Sumo Dice Games from 2022's Dimension Force, and this is the most recent alternative win condition card printed in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. At the start of your opponent's battle phase, if this card is in the main monster zone, roll a 6-sided die. Move this card directly to that many main monster zones clockwise, and if a monster is already in that zone, it moves to attach that monster to this card as material and transfer its material number of materials to exceed 6, you win the duel. If this card cannot be moved, or the monster in the zone it moves to cannot be attached, send this card to the graveyard. This effect might seem complicated at first glance, but essentially it is just rotating around the board, collecting monsters as material, and then whichever player activates the effect that gets it to exceed 6 material, that person wins the duel. I think it's pretty clear that this card was never designed to be played at tournaments. It's just a fun, casual, alternate win condition card, and while it's great for that, as well as YouTube and dual replay videos, it's not really used anywhere else. Even though this video is only about the TCG format, because that's what I play, I wanted to mention 3 cards that currently are only in the OCG that are alternate win conditions. Of course, you have the Creator Fight. This was released all the way back in 2011, and it contributes all 3 of the Egyptian God cards to summon itself, and then when you summon it, it wins the duel. Pretty cool, but not practical for obvious reasons. Creator of Miracles was released during the Zexal era, and it has a pretty unique effect. You shout out loud Zexal Field, and then target a number Chaos 39 monster you control. That monster gets to attack directly that turn, and then if you use a couple other specific cards previously in the duel, if the Chaos 39 inflicts battle damage to the opponent during that direct attack, you win the duel. Unsurprisingly, this card's weird activation condition prevented it from being successful. And then finally, in 2019, they got True Exodia. If the only monsters on the field are this card you control, if you defeated one normal monsters, then your opponent wins the duel. Yes, that is true. If you go through all of that work, you get to force the opponent to win with Exodia. Anyway, that is all for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. The next discussion video will not take as long to post, I promise. I'll see you later, though. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Nem vou perguntar nada que se lixe. Lá vi um urso, mas de onde? Eu não percebo o que é que. Ah, tá ali. Aqui é muito perto. Isto é literalmente aqui em cima, bro. Sleep till noon. Sleep till noon. Cook those burgers. Cook those burgers. Don't forget the cheese. Don't forget the cheese. Oh, did he? Eu simplesmente dá-me uma coçada nas costas e morri. consegui. Ah. 1, 2. Oh. Down on the ground. There was some. Progresso. Nine-banded armadillo, commonly found in New Austin around Armadillo. Ok, vamos procurar o primeiro dos animais que precisamos. Estamos aqui, não acredito.
Sabes o que acontece quando sobra comida num restaurante? Está ótima, só não foi vendida. E com tudo to go, podes comprá-la no mesmo dia.
There are a lot of valid criticisms you can throw at Gordon Ramsay. He's helping normalize being abusive to restaurant staff across the entire industry. When the mall shut down a few years ago, he fired over 500 employees. And by far the worst, he was in Smurfs, The Lost Village. Let me be frank, she's a rubbish baker. But the one thing you can't say about Gordon Ramsay is that the man doesn't understand how to make good TV. Kitchen Nightmares is probably the most entertaining TV show I've ever seen. I didn't say it was the best, I said it was the most entertaining. We'll talk more about that later. Gordon Ramsay's public image in general absolutely fascinates me. The guy owns over 50 restaurants, has tons of Michelin stars, and also probably has one of the most successful careers in the history of entertainment.
Vamos só pesquisar, bro. Phoenix, não vou estar aqui à procura. Pet Fort Mercer, ok.
Remember you got your tools on paper, okay? And leave your boots on your stinking feet.
Anda, bro. Chega. Remove the caps lock, motherfucker. Come here. What?
Relax, lady. Hello, girl.
Consegui. Eu já acabei de fazer. American Bison. Ok. Que gostoso. Oi? Que isto, bro? Angus Bull.
Esta é a solução de beleza tudo em um perfeita para si. Este kit de ferramentas de maquilhagem de luxo com 23 peças tem tudo por
23 peças. Hill Haven. Ah pá, o que é o Hill Haven? Anos. Saint-Denis. Então vamos para Saint-Denis. Angus Bull. Isso é para aqui. Her causes just sky. Saint-Denis.
First day was August of 2013. I'll never forget that day. And 5 years later.
2013.
So typically when we would do remote campaigns,
Ah, Natasha.
the rest goes straight into the game. But yeah, that's such an iconic scene. This, yeah, that's like where we walk, at the end of the green. Okay, cut. Take that. Carry on. Let's go. And the amazing animation blended it in and made it look natural. And then you're doing a lot of the in-game animation. The in-game animation is trying to get the data that the animators need in order to make everything look real. We didn't have to do many cuts. That's all that's going to be playable. I'm giving you a chance. Oh man, it still hurts. So, gosh, yeah, there's loads to talk about here. Fun fact, so the guy who played Milton, his last name's Hickok. He's actually related to Wild Bill Hickok. This is such a huge moment in the story because the angel over Dutch's shoulder gets snuffed out. I knew that it was going to be a huge moment for the players. This is when it really starts to hit the fan. This is when stuff really starts to go downhill for the gang. I'll keep her in black on your behalf. Arthur's accent is not geographically accurate to any one region, but I figured that was okay. You know, Arthur, from a very young age, travels all over the West. I remember when I started, I knew pretty sure that he sounded the same. Do you recall Arthur? I caught him. Serves the character well. I like the fact that but yeah, down in South, you get a lot more soft on the vowels. You draw the vowels out a little more, and then the vowels don't become as long. You can start getting that That relationship always works. I think for Arthur, it's sad. He remains loyal to the very end, to his detriment. His loyalty is never going to go away. I think there's a lot of disappointment when he sees aspects of Dutch that he didn't expect to. One thing that is unquestionable is, at least in the beginning of the game, is that deep bond relationship that these three have for each other is very genuine and it's very strong.
This is what I try to teach my son.
So, this particular scene, this was done in the booth. A lot of the horse animations that you see, they were done with real horses. And in those instances, it's not me, they used the horse wranglers, who knew their animals much better, and were far better riders than I. This is all the technology from like 7 or 8 years ago. But performance capture is playing a bigger part. And we're starting to see it in film now too. Planet of the Apes, Avatar, Marvel, performance capture is this exploding medium. I love raising awareness about it. I really believe that Red Dead 2, what it really excels at is immersion in a very developed and alive sandbox world.
Let us away. Wish us luck. I'll crash twice.
How did you get out of this? Yeah, I remember this. So obviously we weren't up in the air when we did it. I remember thinking at the time, look at that light. The way the lighting is amazing. That's one thing that blew my mind. Arthur's never experienced anything like this. Most people in 1899 would not have experienced something like this. Arthur has all.
Bull.
You know what to do, girl.
Oh no.
Mais bocadinho?
Ah, sim, pois claro. E talvez 1899 would not have experienced something like this. Arthur has already been diagnosed here, and he's already starting to show signs of deterioration. I tried to bring in some wonder, some marvel on Arthur's behalf once he actually looks at this amazing, beautiful vista. No, I wouldn't say I'm very method, but I have been in a hot air balloon. I'll definitely run around a bit. If I need to be out of breath, I'm definitely going to run around just before they shout action. I want to come up with as authentic and as honest a performance as I possibly can. Ladies, let's get out of here.
Calm down, Mr. Morgan. That's quite a cough.
Oh no! See, he could totally have gotten him now. Abigail saves the day. Thank gosh. Thank gosh for Abigail there. That's really funny too, because at the beginning of the game, Micah would never talk back to Grimshaw like that. She wouldn't have allowed it. But here, we can see the power dynamic has changed. Now that Micah has Duchess here, he's totally become the second guy in charge. After only 6 or 7 months with the gang. And Grimshaw just died on the ground. Imagine of all the people who died, they probably were sided with Arthur. You can't say. I mean, it's just so much bad luck for Arthur and John here. And poor Javier, if I was Javier, I would side with Dutch here. I mean, look, who are my options? I've got 4 very able-bodied dudes that know how to handle themselves in a firefight. And on the other side, we have a guy dying of TB and one fellow who's shot in the arm. I mean, it's a no-brainer. And a lot of people make that observation. Javier doesn't actually point his gun to them. He points it up in the air. Because Javier, although he does take Dutch's side, he's not happy. And he obviously still has a lot of love for Arthur and John, so he doesn't actually point his gun to them. So Arthur has 4 ends. He has the high, low honor version of going to help John. He has a high or low honor version of going back for the money. None of them are happy endings. It's funny too, sometimes I'll speak to fans and I'll say, which ending did you get? Sometimes they'll go, oh, I got the good ending. And I'm like, there's a good ending? What are you talking about? One of the things that Red Dead 2 does that I don't believe I've ever seen in a Western before is where we see the main protagonist admit that he's scared. Yes. I'm afraid. And some people don't even get this cutscene. If you didn't help Sister Calderon, that scene doesn't happen. But if you do, then he chats to her and he admits to her that he's dying of tuberculosis, and he admits that he's afraid of that. I had never seen something like that in the Western before, so I was very keen to explore it. I was very grateful for a scene like that, because we were able to do something that hadn't really been done in the genre before, and of course that's exciting. People can be complicated. They can be good one day and they can be bad the next. And I don't think that necessarily has to be a contradiction of their character. People react differently in different circumstances, and I really appreciated the opportunity to explore that with Arthur. Oh gosh, yeah, Sean's take. This one came out of that field. That was taking inspiration from Fistful of Dollars, where you got Clint Eastwood, the man with no name, riding into a town, and he pits 2 gangs against each other to his own advantage. And that, in turn, inspired from Yojimbo, directed by Akira Kurosawa, and starring Toshiro Mifune, who was a huge influence for Arthur Morgan. There are so many parallels between samurai films, Western films, and samurai films, and video games. If you want to learn more, check out Gameology's video about Kurosawa. But yeah, this scene, man, I remember them talking about it, and I remember saying to them, guys, I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. When I actually played the game for the first time, the epilogue was the first time I didn't know what was going to happen next. So this scene, for me, was mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. And it's one of the best missions in the game, I think, because you finally get your revenge. What's about to happen now comes as a shock to most players, at least the first time they played it. Why does Dutch decide to shoot Micah? And I think I know the answer. It's because Dutch knows that Arthur's dying wish was to protect John. And so he decides to honor Arthur's last wishes here. It's a bit too little, too late, but it's the least he can do. And that, I think, is why he chooses to shoot. He still doesn't like John, but it's out of respect for Arthur's final dying wish. Ned Luke in the game. There's been a lot of speculation about this. I think maybe I'll be able to put that speculation to an end right now.
Stop the wheel. Stop it right there. There's Big Dad. There I am.
I don't think that's it. I know what Ned Luke did do. There is a moonshine mission, and it's with one of the Grey deputies, and you take out loads of moonshiners. Ned Luke is one of them. People often ask what's the hardest thing about Red Dead 2, and I'll tell them it's crouch running. Because we crouch ran for a couple of days. Because you gotta crouch run, walk, stealth, run with one gun, run with two guns, then you gotta crouch run with a rifle, and like 3 days later, my thighs were absolutely killing me. Rockstar Games, you know, they really pay a lot of attention to details. Not a lot of studios do it that way. But I was very, very grateful that Rockstar Games gave me so much ownership over Arthur. Because Arthur walks like me, you know, he rubs his nose like me. The immersion is so important. I feel really blessed. As an actor, so often we second-guess ourselves. I've learned to do it less as I've gotten older, but I still do it. And very often, like, I'll dwell on something a week or two afterwards, you know, thinking, gosh, you know, maybe I should have done it that way. And I remember thinking that with Arthur's death. Oh, no, well, really, everyone's button mashing so hard right now. I know I was, and I knew what was going to happen. It's over. This fight, though, was different. Because it's such an important fight, because it's a very specific fight, and because they're kind of not under player control. I mean, there are button prompts, but you don't control Arthur. This fight, we actually did mocap, and it was choreographed, and we did it in tandem with stunt performers. They had two other stunt performers, one of them being me and one of them being Peter, who also did the same choreography. And I was honored that they did end up using most of our data for that fight. But his last breath, though, I chose to make a little bit more peaceful, because he was, if some people may remember, there's a point in one of the camps where people are talking about how they would want to die or something. If you hang around long enough in the conversation, Hosea will chime in and say, "What do you think, Arthur?" And Arthur says something along the lines of, you know what, just face me to the west, so that I can think about all the good times I had along the way. And so that's what he gets to do here. So I tried to give him some semblance of peace in his last few moments. Once Dutch and Micah abandoned him, you know, we need to give the player some solace. Because at this point, most people are calling their eyes out. The biggest challenge was portraying Arthur's sickness, his weariness, but to do it in a way that didn't slow down the gameplay. That was tricky. Guys, thank you so much for sharing that with me. I had a blast sharing it with you. I've been Roger Clark, aka Arthur Morgan. This is Expert.
Sim, mãe.
How was everything with you?
Estou a ir. Estou a ir. Estou a ir, mãe.